answer kind of like, it's like when you know the answers is the truth, right? You just know, like, it just released you, but it didn't. It's kind of stuck in me for a long, long time. And I didn't that frustration actually create more and more depression towards myself. And I struggled that a lot. And then eventually I started to have a lot of issues with my health. Like I have a chronic insomnia for many, many years. And then I started in my mid-30s, I started to develop degenerative left lower back, even though then I already started practicing yoga for quite many years. I started to see that my body is changing, but I'm starting to experience a lot of pain in my body. That is what is happening. So because of that seeking, I started to do a lot of things. I go into Buddhism. I went for meditation. I found a great teacher before Guru. So he was like trying to help me. But even that, my relationship with him was like a love and hate relationship. Sometimes I close up, sometimes I open up to him. I was like struggling with him. There's this constant struggle with myself and relationship with everybody else. So because of that, I started to go into my own spiritual path. Then at the same time, my elder sister, Sri Ma Aparajityananda, she was doing her own spiritual journey also. How from then on, as we do it, and then in 6 years ago, I get connected to Swamiji. So one day my sister, Apari, she said that she found a guru and she's going to go to India. We were quite close at the same time, but at the same time, we were like doing our own things. We will never really communicate in a deeper level. So she sent me a video link of Swamiji. And I was like, okay. So I was not very excited about it, what I've seen, because I have a certain ideas about spirituality. I felt spirituality is supposed to be detachment from material world and all that. That when I saw that video, it kind of threw me off a curveball, like the ideas about spirituality. So, but then my sister went to her first program in September, which is the Inner Awakening. When she came back, when she shared her experiences, I saw a huge, tremendous change in her, a positive change, something that I couldn't quite understand because for so many years, I know how she is as a person, her character and all that. And just within a short period of time, the tremendous change actually kind of triggered that curiosity about Swamiji. Like, what is it? How is it possible a person can, like, that I knew for so many, many years, like 30 over years, and within 3 months, the way she talked, the way she behaved, the way she looked at things, it's just that I couldn't quite able to cognize. So that kind of triggered off my curiosity, and I did a jump. My first program was Paramashivoham. I did a jump with my sister. So then subsequently, I attended Paramashivoham, then Nithyananda Yoga Teachers Training, and then Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2, and then currently Level 3, Season 2. So this is my experience and my connection with Swamiji.
That's really incredible, Ayavi. We could clearly see, the pictures probably before you met Swamiji, like a busy professional, having regular stress and depression, as you mentioned, and then how so blissful the whole life literally transitioned in a very beautiful way. So it's so amazing. And being a yoga practitioner yourself, one of the things that you definitely appreciate what Swamiji has contributed in the field of yoga, especially making humanity realize that it is not just the physical exercise of yoga, but it's really the superconscious mutation, experiencing oneness with the oneness with cosmos is the ultimate aim of yoga. So, coming from this background, how do you see this whole science of superconscious mutation being shared with the world by the avatar himself? What would you like to share about this amazing happening?
Yes. Okay, I'll share about Nithyananda Yoga because I practice every morning now. I can see the most tremendous change for me is the possibility, because I used to have a lot of impossibility, even though I was like, before Swamiji, I was doing other practices and all that. I always had these ideas about what my body can do and what my body cannot do. But when I started to practice Nithyananda Yoga, the thing is the uniqueness about Nithyananda Yoga is the 12 components. It's not just a physical exercise. It's not just an asana. It has so many components, the 12 components like the mudras, the Shastra Pramanas, all this scriptural reference and all that. It's something that when you practice, you can't really kind of describe based on a binary logic. It's the experience that you have, like every asanas, right? When you have a breakthrough, something has completed in you. I just knew something is completed. Like for example, I was practicing yoga for many years. I was unable to do what they call that?
Some of the asanas probably that you were studying.
Yes, one of the asanas, I always see that it's impossible for me. So every time when I see somebody do that asanas, I can feel my agitation. I can feel that my SDH starts to surface. Mm-hmm. But one day in the morning, like the second asanas, I just went into it, without even thinking of I was like, unbelievable. I find it, how is that possible? Because of the ideas I had about me. So the impossibility, which means not just the body, in terms of life also, the impossibility. But for this Nithyananda Yoga, it breaks all the ideas that we have about life, about ourselves, about everything. That is why I find it is really amazing. And the shift is really, really fast. It's really fast. If you do it like daily, you can see that shift in yourself, your inner space and everything is really, really fast. It really clean out what is inside.
Yes. That's wonderful. Now, as a yoga practitioner, what would you like to share about your experiences in Paramashivoham Level 3 program? You've attended the program, and what are your experiences that you would like to share with the world?
Oh, definitely. I feel a lot of energy because the season 2, when we do it, right, the first thing is Swamiji said, do the 108 PBK, Pratama Vinyasa Krama, before anything else. So you have a lot of energy because I'm from the Singapore time. So the time starts from the evening through the night. So you don't have any problems like, oh, I feel sleepy, you feel tired. Like you have a lot of energy. You can sit, you can listen. That is great because for me I sleep a lot nowadays. I have no problem sleeping, not like before. I mean, I don't consider it's a problem for me. I can just sit and sleep, or I can lie down flat on the floor. I can sleep. It's not a problem for me. So that Nithyananda Yoga gives you a lot of energy, and also it aligns you because I can feel my body is very strong now. I don't get sick for years. It's like even though I only take 1 meal a day, I don't take solid food after sunset, but I can feel my body is very strong. Even like with all the pandemic, there's so much fear around. People wearing masks, people do this. They have like so much fear about getting the virus. But for me, I don't feel anything. I don't have the fear. I know that inside me, deep down in my core, I know nothing is going to touch me. That's just how I feel.
Yes. That's fantastic, Kiranji. What would you like to share with all the participants about registering for next Paramashivoham Level 3 program?
Yes. Okay. Having a guru and avatar in a physical body is a huge, huge boon. That's all I can say. Please do not miss it. Please do not miss it. If you are connected, if you're listening to me, if you are able to connect to that, your experience, your life now, if you feel that you're struggling, you're depressive, you have suicidal thoughts, whatever that I've gone through, I'm sure many, many people are going through what I went through before. If you are having this problem now, if you're looking for a solution, the guru and avatar in the physical body is your solution. So don't miss it. Even though if you have attended many, many programs before, don't take it as it's the same. It's not the same. Paramashiva is constantly evolving. He's constantly expanding. He's expanding. So we have to, because life is like that. Life is never stagnant. It's never like, it just stays still. It's constantly evolving. So take the jump. He will do all the work. Even though for me, I attended a few days, he knows what is the best for me. So I get even though I was attending a few days, but I get so much click that my understanding was different from before. So I know something has changed. He removed something a lot from me. Like why I certain things I was still not manifesting, not because he didn't want to give it to me, because I was unable to cognize certain things. When I attended, I realized that he gave me a huge click. Oh, I thought I was planning it, but he already had a plan for me. So he will do everything for you. You think that there is a value to it. There is no value to it. There is no value. There is basically you cannot use material wealth to measure this. That's all I can say. That's all I need to say.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kyung. That was such a wonderful sharing, inspiring all of us. Especially coming from Singapore with this level of background, having a technical background, but facing all the things that a regular youth would face. We happen to see your pictures before you met the avatar, and now it's like totally something totally amazing. And this gives hope for so many youth, especially. So many people are suffering with similar kind of issues, suicidal thought currents, and many more. But after you met Swamiji and received these initiations, the way you are approaching life, it is something phenomenal. Wow. You can literally see a huge difference, right? Like how blissful you've become, and not just blissful, now you're inspiring, enriching, empowering more people. That is the best part of your journey. So thank you so much for joining us in this segment today. And yes, dear viewers, do not miss this opportunity. What Kyung has shared with us is something so true. So many participants, so many disciples of Swamiji had such pain in the past. Every single person who come to the programs, we all have that pain. We all have the question, why me? We all have the question, is there a hope? But the Avatar has descended exclusively to each and every one of us. He has just descended exclusively to each and every one of us. And the time has come for us to take and experience the next breakthrough. That is why Swamiji is initiating the flow of humanity, exploring this possibility of being a superconscious mutant is something which we can never miss. So do not miss this opportunity. All we need to do is just go and register yourself in kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So you have this opportunity also to register for one-day program, right? So yeah, you can do a one-day program, 10-day program, or a 21-day program. So this is all made available to each and every one of us. So nobody can miss this, right? So especially last couple of days, you've been experiencing and seeing the amazing sessions, very, very powerful sessions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is initiating one and all into this very rare state of Samadhi, which is Navakanda Yoga Samadhi, which is much more powerful than Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself. So experiencing such glimpses, so many of you are sharing about your breakthroughs. So now what will happen? What will happen to you if you are going to be in his presence, in his reading space for about 21 days? It's something phenomenal. So do not miss this opportunity. All we need to do is just register yourself in kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. And now we are going to get ready for darshan. The most awaited moment of today's segment is having the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And before we experience the darshan, let us watch this documentary about what is possible in our life, the amazing possibilities of life, which we can experience through initiations and darshans.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया samudbhavah. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapaloka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaga Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons.
Yes. The non-mechanical parts of our brain are going to be awakened by amazing darshans and initiations of Paramavatara of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We're going to be having yet another life-changing webinar from our Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. So let us all get ready for receiving these truths. Let us sit straight and with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us connect with Paramashiva, the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us receive these truths with the declaration that let His will prevail over my will. Let His breathing be my breathing. Let His thoughts be my thoughts. Let His words be my words. With that declaration, let us sit and receive these truths. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Please close your eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. he went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you.
Nithyananda, 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 Nithyananda. ஞானமும் கொண்ட சக்தியும் பரமனாக நெஞ்சில் பதித்தது. அஷ்டசக்தியும் 10 திசைகளும் உன் புகழை பறைசாற்றியது. கைலையை படைத்த கலைஞனே, கைலை நாயகா பரமேஸ்வரா, உந்தன் அருமையை அகிலம் பரப்பிட படையெடுப்பனே மாஹேஸ்வரா. இது ஆதி சைவம் போற்றும் எங்கள் தேசம், ஆடி பாடி கொண்டாடிடும் கூட்டம் என்று முந்தன் அழகு கவிதை பேசும். ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தா. சிவன் அருளோட சக்திகள் வெளிப்படும் பைரவனின் காவலோடு அகிலத்தை ஆண்டிடும் வீரன். அவன் வழி நடந்திட அவனோட வாழ்ந்திட வேண்டி வந்தேன் நானும் அவனோட சேன. ஒரு பார்வையில் என் முக்கண் திறந்தாய், பரமசிவனாய் வாழ்ந்திட வைத்தாய். நானும் போற்றும் கடவுளே, இந்த கலியுகத்தில் என்னை காத்திடுவாய். பார்க்கடல் கடந்திட வந்த நஞ்சை தானே உண்ட நீலகண்டன் இவன் தாடும் பிரளயத்தை அடக்கியாண்டிட ஆதிசக்தியின் வடிவு கொண்டான். ஆதி சைவத்தை காத்திட வேண்டும், விஸ்வரூபம் எடுத்து நிவா. கோடி அடிகளை தாங்கிய பரம்பரை எழுதில் நாங்கள் வீழ்வோமா. மதுரையை ஆளும் அரசனாய் வந்த சொக்கனாய், ஆதி கைலையை அமைத்த நித்யனாய் சென்று கைலையை செய்த செங்கோல் தாங்கிய சங்கரா. நெஞ்சிலே உனன் குருவையும் உயிர் பக்தியும் கொண்ட தேவனே, இங்கு அஹிம்சையே உனன் வாழ்க்கையாய் வைத்து வாழ்ந்திடும் பரமணியடா. ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தாய, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தாய, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தா, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தாய, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தா, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தாய, ஜெய 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 நித்யானந்தா. படைகுண்டு திரும்ப வரான் கலியுக அவதாரம். சிவனோட சக்தி சேர்ந்து ஆள போகும் புது யுகம். பக்தனின் கூரை போக்க எடுத்து வரான் விஸ்வரூபம். கருணையே குருவாய் வந்த நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம். படைகுண்டு திரும்ப வரான் கலியுக அவதாரம். சிவனோட சக்தி சேர்ந்து ஆள போகும் புது யுகம். பக்தனின் கூரை போக்க எடுத்து வரான் விஸ்வரூபம். கருணையே குருவாய் வந்த நித்யானந்த பரமசிவமே. கேளுடா, சிவ எழுந்து வர்றான் பாருடா. தக தக நீ பிடிக்குதா, கொடி கோட்டை தாண்டி பறக்குதா. சிவரூபம் தரித்து வந்து முக்காலம் கடந்து சென்று முடிவில்லா வாழ்க்கை தந்து குலங்காக்கும் சாதா சிவன். சொல்லிய பொய்கள் பல நூறு சொன்னாலுமே உன் புகழ் மாறாது. தகதிமி தகதிமி தாளம் இது, அதை அடக்கியாட இனி முடியாது. ஆதி ஜோதி அவதாரம் எடுத்து வந்தவன், சாவ கண்டு பயமும் இல்ல ஆள பிறந்தவன். அழியாத தெய்வ பூமி காக்க வளர்ந்தவன். கொள்கைக்காக எதையும் மறக்க துறக்க துணிஞ்சவன். சைவினமே பெற்ற புல்ல, செந்தமிழும் நாவில் துள்ள. பாதையில தடைகள் பால, தகர்ந்தெறிந்து உலகை வெல்ல. வைகையே வறண்ட போதும், வாழ்வினமே வீழ்ந்த போதும், வரலாறே மறைந்த போதும், வணங்காத சொக்கநாதன் நித்திய துணையும் இருக்க தோல்வியே இல்லை. அவன் பாசத்திற்கு ஈடு இணை எதுவுமே இல்லை. என் அப்பனே நீ வந்துட்ட, என் துக்கத்தை எல்லாம் போக்கிட்ட, என் சிவனே நீ வந்துட்ட, வேண்டும் வரமெல்லாம் தந்துட்ட. நீ கடந்து சென்ற பாதையில் தங்க கோவில் கட்டியாளுற ஒரு வரமும் நீ தரணும், உன் மூச்சு காற்றுல வாழணும். வாழ்வின் கீதம் அது நித்யானந்தமே, உலகெங்கும் ஒலிக்கும் ஓசை நித்யானந்தமே, என்றும் மாறாத சக்தி ஒன்று நித்யானந்தமே, கைலையை அமைத்து ஆளும் நித்யானந்தனே. படைகொண்டு திரும்ப வரான் கலியுக அவதாரம், சிவனோட சக்தி சேர்ந்து ஆள போகும் பொது யுகம், பக்தனின் கூரை போக்க எடுத்து வரான் விஸ்வரூபம், கருணையே குருவாய் வந்த நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம். படைகொண்டு திரும்ப வரான் கலியுக அவதாரம், சிவனோட சக்தி சேர்ந்து ஆள போகும் பொது யுகம், பக்தனின் கூரை போக்க எடுத்து வரான் விஸ்வரூபம், கருணையே குருவாய் வந்த நித்யானந்த பரமசிவமே.
ஆனந்த பாஷ்பம் தான் பொழிந்தேன், ஏங்கிடும் பக்தர் துயர் தீர்க்க, நித்யானந்த ரூபம் தாங்கி நின்றேன். நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தர வந்தேனடா, நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தரவே வந்தேனடா. ஆடல் நாயகன் நானடா, இது நான் ஆடிடும் நாடகம் தானடா, ஆதியும் அந்தமும் நானடா, உன் ஆணவம் என் முன் வீணடா. சிறு அணுவிலும் உறைபவன், காற்றிலும் கலந்தவன், நெருப்பிலும் சுடுபவன் நானடா, இந்த அண்டமும் லோகமும் சுற்றிடும் பூமியும் என் உள்ளடக்கம் தானடா. நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தரவே வந்தேனடா. பார்க்கடல் நஞ்சை பருகியவன் இந்த பாரத நஞ்சனை கொல்லுமோ, தீயின் ரூபம் தரித்தவன் உன் தீ அது என்னை எரிக்குமோ, அசையா மலையாய் நின்றவன் உன் அஞ்ஞானம் என அசைக்குமோ, காவியில் தீயாய் எரிபவன் உன் காமம் என்னை அணைக்குமோ. யுகம் காக்கும் காவலன் நானடா, என கழிவே என்றும் இல்லையடா, என் உயிரில் உரைபவ நீச்சனடா, என் முன்னே நீ ஒரு ஈசலடா. நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தர வந்தேனடா, நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தரவே வந்தேனடா. ஞாயிறும் திங்களும் கண்களே, நவகோள்களும் என் பணியாட்களே, காலனும் எனக்கு காவலே, அட்ட சித்தியும் என் சிறு ஏவலே. நான் அசைந்தால் அகிலம் அசையுமே, உறைந்தால் நான் அசைந்தால் அகிலம் அசையுமே, நான் உறைந்தால் உலகம் நிற்குமே, கண்ணசைத்தால் கடலும் பொங்குமே, என் கருணை உலகை காக்குமே. இந்த கைலை என்னோட லீலையடா, உன் கவலை தீர்ப்பதன் வேலையடா, மாயையில் வாழ்ந்திடும் உன்னை காக்க சிவனே குருவாக வந்தேனடா. ஆணும் பெண்ணும் நானடா, அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனும் நானடா, நீயும் நானும் ஒன்னடா, நித்யானந்தமாய் வாழடா, நீயும் நானும் ஒன்னடா, நித்யானந்தமாய் வாழடா. நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தர வந்தேனடா, நித்யானந்தன் நானடா, நித்யானந்தம் தரவே வந்தேனடா.
सवेरे रात दोपहरे बोलो सारे नमः शिवाय। शंभो जय त्रिलोकनाथ मांग तो पूरा सदा शिवाय। शाम सवेरे रात दोपहरे बोलो सारे नमः शिवाय। शंभो जय त्रिलोकनाथ हाथ में तेरे डमरू बाजे। देवतु जटाधारितु गंगाधारितु हे नित्यानंदा परमशिवाधु महादेवतु कालभैरवतु नित्यानंदा नीलकंठतु नागेंद्रतु भगेश्वरातु हे नित्यानंदा दिगंबरातु नटराजतु अरुणगिरितु हे नित्यानंदा शिवरात्रि को महारात्रि नित्यानंद शिव शंभो शंभो भोलेनाथ की महादेव की शिव तेरी जय शंभो शंभो शिवरात्रि को महारात्रि नित्यानंद शिव शंभो शंभो भोलेनाथ की महादेव की शिव तेरी जय शंभो शंभो
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Will persistence is the only qualification you need for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Listen. Will persistence. Understand? I was just sitting and meditating. Why some people get only Nirvikalpa Samadhi? Why some people get Navakanda Yoga Samadhi? Because Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is higher than what you understand as Nirvikalpa Samadhi. See, Nirvikalpa Samadhi is highest Samadhi your consciousness can achieve. That is enough for enlightenment and to reach Mahakailasa, everything. But Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is something like that. Nirvikalpa Samadhi filling your whole body, even physical body. And the physical body entering into the consciousness of Nirvikalpa Samadhi and raising to the Mahakailasa's frequency with the body. So naturally, I should say that Navakanda Yoga Samadhi is like a going more than Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Listen. Many people achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be satisfied with it. That is like tamarind fruit. The inside that fruit is ripe and it naturally gets detached from the shell. So after that, what happens to shell does not touch you. What happens to the shell does not touch the fruit. Same way, once your consciousness is ripe, what happens to the body does not touch you. Many people come and tell me why great beings like Ramana Maharishi, Ramakrishna, Ram Surat Kumar all had cancer. Listen, they did not have cancer. They did not leave the body due to cancer. After they left the body, cancer took it. They decided to leave the body. So something has happened to the physical body to go back to the earth. So cancer took it back to earth. So be very clear. Listen. You need to elaborately understand this Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navakanda Samadhi. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is your consciousness ripening. Navakanda Samadhi is even your body. Along with your consciousness raising to the higher worlds, higher time zones, higher energy fields. People who mastered Navakanda Samadhi only go to the higher worlds and bring the great gifts from the higher worlds and share it with us all, with the human level. So Navakanda Samadhi is something furthering of Nirvikalpa Samadhi.
நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொழு தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அருள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான குஞ்சமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மறை நான்கின் பொருள் உணர்ந்த நாளும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேன் அல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேன் அல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் கரைகளும் முத்திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே உந்திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாட்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட இரண்டு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருள் விலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம்
Listen. Sorry for the technical glitch. If you are able to see me, hear me, wave your hands. Listen. See, yesterday I was sitting in Samadhi, wanted answer for this question. To share with you all why some people achieve only Nirvikalpa Samadhi, why some go up to Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. What is the ingredient, unique, real, principal ingredient for the alchemy of Navakanda Yoga Samadhi? Understand? Unique, principal, primordial, or I should say that true, right, source reason for someone to travel to Navakanda Samadhi. How Paramashiva decides to give Navakanda Samadhi to some people. Why he gives Navakanda Samadhi to some people? I saw clearly, the Paramashiva revealed the reason clearly. It is sheer will persistence. You may ask, oh, after Nirvikalpa Samadhi, naturally your will dissolves. Then how can you have a will persistence? Listen. Will dissolves into Paramashiva's will does not mean your will disappears. Fish may be inside the ocean, but it gets the right to swim on the top or the bottom. It can go to the depth of the ocean or it can just swim on the shallow waters. The freedom exists even in Navakanda, in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. This may be new information for you, but that's the truth. Decision. Who moves towards Navakanda Samadhi is basically done by Paramashiva based on the will persistence of the individual. Listen carefully. For any normal human being, Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself is enough. But if you want to be a teacher, guru, an incarnation, to bring great things from vertical time zone, higher worlds, and share it with the world, then you need Navakanda Samadhi. Then naturally you need Navakanda Samadhi. So understand, you may ask why masters like Vadalur Vallalar, Ramalinga Swami took the body. He just used the Navakanda Samadhi and made the Divya Sarira and left. He just took the body and left to the higher worlds, Kailasa. But masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna left the body here and went. Please be very clear. Never ever compare these great beings with your pea brain or rat brain. Peanut sized brain. No, don't do that mess. Maybe Ramana Maharshi thought leaving his body here in the planet Earth will continue to help millions of seekers. I tell you, just Ramana Maharshi's body alone is such a powerful Jnanagarbha. Such powerful Jnanagarbha. Unimaginable Jnanagarbha. It made millions ripe into enlightenment, including me. If Ramana Maharshi has taken his body, like Vadalur Ramalinga Swami, surely it would have been a great loss. So they have their own reason. Same way Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna, by leaving his body and especially making it burnt, he gave the asti which is installed now in hundreds of places all over the world. So each one of them have their own reason. You understand now the science of Navakanda Samadhi. fundamental qualification is will persistence. Listen. Shiva, Paramashiva tests only your will persistence. He doesn't see any other qualification. You can't earn these great samadhis by your own qualification. He only sees, if I give, will this guy be able to receive and live it? That's all he sees. He doesn't see any other quality. It tests your devotion. That's all, nothing else. Devotion means will persistence. That's all, nothing else. Somebody is putting the message here that seeing you being a guru and troubled by people all around, she doesn't want to be a guru. K.R. Pratibha Suryavanshi. She just wants liberation once and for all. What a stupid mentality. If you really feel I am troubled by people, you should see how you can stand with me and solve the issue, keep the planet Earth right ecosystem for more gurus to happen. What a selfish, cheap persons you Hindus have become. You guys are so selfish. You think, let me get liberation somehow. And I don't need to care about keeping the ecosystem for more gurus to happen on the planet Earth. So you plan to lose your next generation. Just show that person who is that K.R. Pratibha Suryavanshi. Unless you drop this mind, you will not get even Nirvikalpa Samadhi. It is absolute extreme cunning, cunningly strategizing even with Paramashiva. All of you understand. If you really feel I am troubled, you should decide to stand for me to keep the ecosystem of more gurus to come to planet Earth. Even in that situation, if you are thinking so selfishly, forget even about Nirvikalpa Samadhi. What? Navakanda Samadhi. Today, just before my session, some of the devotees were sharing their experience. I think Kailasananda was talking. He was telling that he went to India and people were Tamil Nadu, and people were telling in Tamil Nadu that Swamiji is gone and he is dead. Immediately he was worried about, oh, who will then teach all these great sciences to human beings? And he was so proudly telling that he was feeling sad and missing me, and he was worried about who will teach all these great science to the world. As if when I am alive, you guys come and stood with me and fought for me. You are doing your life. I am just utility value for you. And even when we heard, as a rumor, somebody telling that Swamiji is gone and he is not there, he did not feel like, let me go to the ashram and see. First, confirm the news. Second, ask whether they need any help. Without Swamiji, how are they going to survive? How is that ecosystem which Swamiji left is going to be alive? He did not bother about all that. But one good thing, I have brought my Shiva Bhuta, Shiva Ganas from Kailasa to make my ecosystem. I am not dependent on you guys. But if you guys were having the right attitude, you will receive more. I'm just looking around and seeing what funny attitude people have. And how casually people utter the word which they really don't mean.
சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருள் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அருள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூட்டம் உம்மை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மறை நான்கின் ஒரு குணத்த நாளும் கண்டருள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேன் அல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேன் அல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இமை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் கடலும் கரைகளும் உன் திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே உன் திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாள்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட இரண்டு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட அருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்றுவிட ஞானம் பெற்றுவிட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடி
Om, Om, Om. If you're able to see me and hear me, please wave your hands. If you are able to see me, hear me, please wave your hand. Listen. Somebody was asking, is Navakanda Samadhi painful? No. Navakanda Samadhi is not painful. But going through the Navakanda Samadhi and bringing so many great things from Mahakailasa and giving it to all these people who are so cheap and selfish is painful. See, why anti-Hindu forces, Hindu-Misia forces, why are they attacking me? So that seeing me, nobody else will become a Hindu guru. Nobody else will start practicing or preaching Hinduism. That is exactly this woman is falling for. This one putting the message, who puts the message, oh, seeing you being tortured, I don't want to be guru anymore. Just liberate. This is exactly the trap they were laying, and she is falling for it. I am making it very clear. Only those who are ready to sacrifice anything to keep the ecosystem, Hindu ecosystem alive on the planet Earth, will receive Nirvikalpa Samadhi or any Samadhi, higher enlightenment experience or the great powers of Paramashiva, everything. All selfish gang, you guys will get money. You guys will get only all the low, cheap things, silly things. Have money, have health, maybe little relationship, little good life. Just get lost with that. Don't expect Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Don't expect Navakanda Samadhi. Great things like Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navakanda Samadhi are all for the spiritual warriors, people who are ready to sacrifice anything for spirituality. My disciples, listen, all my disciples, you will all be ready to sacrifice anything to keep the Hindu ecosystem, Kailasa ecosystem alive on the planet Earth. It is because of my ultimate Tyaga, I am reviving with the grace of Paramashiva, this whole Kailasa ecosystem, for you all to enjoy it, experience it. That is why Paramashiva tests your ability to will persistence. Your will persistence is tested by Paramashiva. Kirti Punekar is messaging, I agree with you, Swamiji, with a deep gratitude. Hold me anyhow. No. Holding me is your responsibility. I will only test your will persistence. I'll give everything. Paramashiva has ultimate things, gifts of Kailasa. If you hold on, if you held intensely, if you are continuously holding, but holding me itself is your responsibility. Don't think I will hold you. No. Not only I will not hold you, when you are holding, I will test your capacity to hold me, your capacity to be with me. I will only test it. Be very clear. Navakanda Yoga Samadhi can happen in you just by breathing along with me in same rhythm, same tune. Nothing more is needed. Sit with me, breathe in the same rhythm, same tune, same mode. The vibrations I am creating while I am inhaling and exhaling, it can just penetrate your inhaling and exhaling. Go and sit inside your consciousness and manifest as Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. That's it. Nothing else is needed. You don't need any other qualification other than your will persistence. That is why your will persistence is thoroughly tested. By your own effort, you can't get it. It has to be only given from guru to disciple, because I myself got it from my gurus. I did not make it on my own. Human beings can't make it on their own. It is that kind of a highest frequency, wavelength experience. It can only be given from the higher dimensions. Means from guru to disciple, you can never make it on your own. So the only qualification is will persistence. With will persistence, let me define will persistence. Will persistence means your decision of wanting to have Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navakanda Samadhi at any cost. What happens, when you consciously decide to have that kind of a will persistence, your breathing pattern itself changes for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Not just your lifestyle externally, even your internal breathing pattern changes for Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. Not just thinking pattern, breathing pattern, your digestion pattern, your fire Agni inside. Everything changes. See, Guru gives Mahavakya only 9 times he utters. If you go to Svetaswara Upanishad and read, all of you Google and read. Tattvamasi Svetaketo Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi, 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 Tattvamasi. Only 9 times he utters totally. The Guru utters the word Tattvamasi only 9 times. Disciple achieved Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Why? Because the disciple had that kind of a will persistence. Holy Za Zinham is writing, my will persistence is for you to touch you to physically touch my third eye. Yes. Holy Zazinham. Can you project her? It can happen. Just take sannyas and prove your will persistence. One day you will be called to Mahakailasa. Not only third eye, I'll touch all your chakras. You will experience awakening Kundalini Shakti. It is possible. Understand. Fundamentally, you do not need any other qualification other than will persistence. It is just will persistence all you need. I was looking into this whole Navakanda Yoga Samadhi because I wanted to give you guys the manual. I just wanted to deliver it like a manual. Do this, you will have Navakanda Samadhi. The first thing Paramashiva revealed is will persistence. There's a beautiful story. One Nayanar, Ilayangudi Mara Nayanar, he took the oath to Paramashiva that anyone with Tirumula Varkavedam, with your Sarubhya, Swarupa, I will consider them as you and give Anna, means Naivedya, food, and serve. This is my life. He took this as his lifetime spiritual practice. Naturally, Paramashiva wants to test his will persistence. He went on depleting his wealth. Actually, I am telling you, anyone does Annadan, I give 100% guarantee, you will be showered with wealth. I am telling you, from my, not just my personal experience, I have seen thousands and thousands of evidences. You start doing Annadan in your temple will flourish like anything. You start doing Annadan even in your own house. Any guest comes, any Shiva devotee, any devotee comes, any guest comes, start giving them food, you will see how your life flourishes, showered with wealth. But strangely, Paramashiva depletes his wealth just to test his will persistence. Finally, it reached a state where he did not have anything in the house. That night even he did not have food for himself or his wife. Everything is lost. Nobody is even ready to give any loan or debt because the whole town he has borrowed and spent on feeding Shiva's devotees. As Shiva Swarupa. That night Paramashiva comes. Heavy rain. He made sure the situation, the whole atmosphere is perfect to test the will persistence. Heavy rain. Paramashiva comes as an old sannyasi and says, Bhagavati Bhikshandehi. This Nayanar, the great devotee, just jumped out of his bed I should say out of his sleep. He was almost fainted due to hunger and dehydration. He just jumped out. And said, "Oh Bhagavan, please come, sit. I will arrange something for you to eat. Just please sit." Rushes to the wife and asks, "Is there anything?" Wife is another extreme devotee. She is such a strength and support for him. If somebody else means they would have killed him first. You fellow, neither you had food nor I had food, and you are coming and asking me now, where is the food for this sadhu? She says, "No, nothing is in the house." He asks, "What shall we do?" She says, "I give you one idea. Today we sowed the seed in our land, small land we have, the remaining. Due to this rain, all that seed will be floating. You go and collect that paddy and bring. I'll cook that and give. We can feed him." He runs. You guys understand, in the rain, all the seed, rice, the paddy they sow, I don't know the English word, seed nell, they have sown, it will naturally float during the heavy rains. The moment he got the idea from the wife, he runs, collects all that and brings it in a basket. She cleans that and removes that covering and gets the rice out of it, cooks, and everything is ready. They go out and look for that sadhu who came. He was not there. Both of them start crying. "Oh Bhagavan, because we got little delayed. You went away. Please forgive Mahadeva." When they were crying, Bhagavan Mahadeva Paramashiva appeared. Even to narrate this story, I have so much goosebump. Because I can see the whole situation right now. Paramashiva appeared and gave him Kailasa. Not just Nirvikalpa Samadhi, Navakanda Samadhi. He took both of them, husband and wife, with body to Kailasa. He just airlifted them. They did not leave the body back. They have not done any great unclutching, power manifesting spiritual practice in their life. Just will persistence. Anyone I see in your form who wears Bhasma and Rudraksha, Tirumula Varkaveda, good or bad, I don't care. I am going to feed them as you. That will persistence, Paramashiva tested. When they succeeded in that will persistence, not only he gave them Nirvikalpa Samadhi, he gave them Navakanda Samadhi and Divya Sarira. Straight he took them to Kailasa, Mahakailasa. And he came along with wife. See, he is from the Saiva community, the community in which I was born and brought up. And in that community, there is a tradition. If a male goes and invites the family for marriage, only the male from that house will come. If a female goes and invites, only the female from that house will come. Only if the husband and wife both go and invite, both will come. That is the family tradition. So if you want, see, if you are like a related, listen carefully. You need to understand the cultural background. In a Saiva family, wife, when she wants to invite their family people, she wants only the female members of their family to come, her family to come. Only she will go alone and invite them. If she wants the whole family, husband and wife both should come. Husband and wife both should go and invite, and only then the other side, husband and wife both will come for the function. Here, because husband and wife both need to be taken to Kailasa, both Paramashiva and Parvati, both of them come. Samba Parameshwara, Sa Amba Parameshwara, Amba Sameda Parameshwara is coming. He came and received them and took them. See, each of these Nayanmar's history, the way they had liberation, the minute details are recorded. Minute details recorded. If you read them, you will understand the whole science of Kailasa culture. If the wife was not supporting for Ilayangudi Maranar, he withstood even the harassments of the wife and continued to succeed. Paramashiva would have come alone and taken him, that's all. But both of them were so strong. In their will persistence, Paramashiva came with Devi and took both of them to Kailasa. Somebody, Q alchemist, is messaging, please bring me to Kailasa, Swamiji, please teleport me. First put your original photo and your original name, reveal your original identity, then ask for the boons. Social media team, please remove all those who have not put their original photo and original name from the YouTube membership. Listen. Hiranmayi is asking Swamiji where to get Nayanmar stories. You can just Google 63 Nayanmars. You will get the whole lot of material, lot of versions of stories will appear. If you want to precisely read, there is a book called Periya Puranam by Ramakrishna Math. In English, I will recommend that book is the best book in English. In Tamil, there are hundreds of beautiful commentaries. Periya Puranam is a book written by Sekkilar. In English, Ramakrishna Math has published a very beautiful translation, very authentic translation. You can read Ramakrishna Math's Periya Puranam. Ramakrishna Math Mylapore publication. That's the best I will recommend in English. In Tamil, there is a lot of translations. Commentaries, Tamil, lot is available. You can just Google, you will get the story in internet itself, all the 64 Nayanmar's history. If you read the details, you will understand the culture of Kailasa. I am not saying you should not do yoga, you should not do Nirvikalpa Samadhi, don't practice unclenching. No, I am not saying that. Anything you take it up with the will persistence. Will persistence. Saurav Aneja is asking, Swamiji, do will persistence and devotion go hand in hand? Will persistence is the only devotion. Without will persistence, whatever you call as devotion is just simple, cunning, exploitive, strategic word you use. Will persistence is only devotion. Nothing else is devotion. Somebody, Sir Quantic, is saying, I think you not need put photo for do healing and help. No, I don't need you here. If you are not able to put the original photo, please don't be in the group. Your original photo and original name is needed. If you can't put, please get out of the group. Sir Quantic, please leave the group now. Chetan Gaboyd is asking, Swamiji, how do I build the best and strongest will persistence that you would approve of? Chetan Gaboyd, listen carefully. Take up any one activity, maybe like Nithyananda Yoga, or unclutching, or enriching. Any one activity. Decide with will persistence, you will dedicate your life to that. You will see all kinds of your internal, external conflicts will erupt, and when you win all this, your will persistence will naturally ripe into Nirvikalpa Samadhi and Navakanda Samadhi. Om. Akshay Krishnagata is asking, is Ashwathaman still alive? தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? பரமசிவன் நான் உயிரோடு இருக்கேன், என் கூட வாழ்ந்தே உன் வாழ்க்கையை மேம்படுத்தி நல்ல கதிக்கு போக முடியல, ஓடி போயிட்ட. இப்ப அஸ்வத்தாம உயிரோடு இருக்காரா இல்லையான்னு தெரிஞ்சு என்ன பண்ண போற? கேஷுவலா எதையாவது கேட்டு வைக்கிறது. She's asking whether Ashwatthama is still alive or not. I told her, she came to become Adinavasi and ran away. I am here, Paramashiva is alive. And you are not able to use Paramashiva who is still alive and in the body, and you ran away. What are you going to do knowing whether Ashwatthama is alive or not? Are you going to go on search and go and fall at his feet and ask him, please teach me Brahmastra and please teach me whatever you learned from Dronacharya, your father? You are going to learn and use it or what? Some casual conversation. Because the computer is there, just type. Don't laugh, nothing to laugh here. I'm not asking you, I'm not answering you jovially. When time comes, you will understand the mess you made with your life, with your decisions. But that will be too late for you.
ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನೀ ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನ್ನು
Ma yoga priya anyan zao. Don't worry about your job, manager, anything. I'll make everything smooth for your Paramashivoham. Don't worry. Shivam, Nithyananda Shivam.
ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ. ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ, ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ. ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ, ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छ बुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. तपोयज्ञदानादिभिः शुद्धबुद्धिर्विरक्तो नृपादे पदे तुच्छ बुद्ध्या परित्यज्य सर्वं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मत्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान् परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. दयालुं गुरुं ब्रह्मनिष्ठं प्रशान्तं समाराध्य मत्या विचार्य स्वरूपं यदाप्नोति तत्त्वं निदिध्यास्य विद्वान् परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं निरस्तत्प्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. यदानन्दरूपं प्रकाशस्वरूपं निरस्तत्प्रपञ्चं परिच्छेदहीनम् अहं ब्रह्मवृत्त्येकगम्यं तुरीयं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं. यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि. यदा ज्ञानतो याति विश्वं समस्तं विनष्टं च सद्यो यदात्मप्रबोधे प्रबोधे मनोवागतीतं विशुद्धं विमुक्तं परं ब्रह्म नित्यं तदेवाहमस्मि नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वं नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं नित्यं तन्त्रं नित्यं सर्वम् निषेधे कृते नेति नेतीति वाक्ये समाधिस्थितानां
Oh, listen. The 64 forms of Paramashiva, 64 manifestations of Paramashiva, 64 Leelas of Paramashiva in Thiruvilayadar Puranam, Shivalila Arnavam, and 63 Nayanmars, Periya Puranam. All these are very closely connected. With the subject Navakanda Samadhi, Navakanda Yoga Samadhi. So I am trying to unravel, open up, one by one, one by one, one by one. Veda Prakasha, somebody, Veda Prakasha is messaging. Veda Prakasha. Projecting is messaging. Swamiji, I also left the Sangha. What is the prayaschitta for me? I also left the Sangha due to incompletions. What is the prayaschitta for me? The only prayaschitta, go back to Bididi, Adi Kailasa, and whatever your incompletion, work and complete, fix it. Fix your inner space. Changing the place will not work. Only fixing the space will work. I kept the Adi Kailasa such a way perfectly to train you all. Listen, that's a very powerful spiritual training ground, and that is the spiritual incubator, and that Adi Kailasa will test your will persistence completely. If you pass Adi Kailasa, if you prove your will persistence in Adi Kailasa, you will directly reach Maha Kailasa. All your will persistence will be tested. That is the purpose for which Adi Kailasa was created. Everyone is asking, why should we be under administrators? Some administration. Hey, that is the way. You need to have your training and your will persistence need to be tested. That's all. It's very easy to live under me and very blissful to live around me. But first, let your will persistence be tested. Veda Prakash, you can see your life. Whatever was the reason you left Adi Kailash, for what you went out, you will never get it, I can guarantee. For whatever reason you leave Guru, you will lose Guru, and for what you are searching, both you will lose. Whatever reason you are with Guru, you will get, and Guru, both. If you are with Guru for something, and you will get that something what you want, and you will get the Guru, both. If you leave the Guru for anything, you will lose the Guru, and what far you went out, that also will not be there. Will never be there. That's the way life works, because you went out due to the incompletion. That is going to haunt you forever, wherever you go. Changing the place will not work. Changing the space is going to work. Veda Prakasha, this is the Prayaschitta, and I know for sure you will not do it. But I am giving this Prayaschitta for so many others who are listening. So others may do it. For their sake, I am giving. And I know for sure you will not do it.
बालरूपापि विघ्नाद्रिहन्त्रि महादन्ति वक्त्रापि पञ्चास्य मान्या विधीन्द्रादिमृग्या गणेशाभिधामे विधत्तां श्रियं कापि कल्याणमूर्ति न जानामि शब्दं न जानामि चार्थं न जानामि पद्यं न जानामि गद्यं चिदेका षडास्या हृदि द्योतते मे मुखानि सरन्ते गिरश्वापि चित्रम् मयूराधिरूढं महावाक्यगूढं मनोहारि देहं महच्चित्तगेहं महीदेवदेवं महावेदभावं महादेवबालं भजे लोकपालं यदा सन्निधानं गता मानवामि भवाम्भोधिपारं गदास्ते तदैव इति व्यञ्जयन् सिन्धुतीरे नास्ति तमीडे पवित्रं पराशक्तिपुत्रम् ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नित्यानन्द ॐ नमो नमो
நடராஜா தக திம்மி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்க திம்மி நடராஜா தோம் தோம் தக்க திம்மி நடராஜா தக்க 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 நடராஜா தக்க திம்மி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா தலாங்கு தக்க திம்மி நடராஜா
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தட்டதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க விரைந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதில் ஆடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறை சூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சனி சரி சரி மகனி சனி பாபா மரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திரு சபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திடு எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் திரை சூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் திரை சூடி அந்தனரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தடதிமி தாளமொடு தில்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமசிவாய வாழ்க हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं घुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तार सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया धाम तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया बातें तुझसे ही सारी करूं, रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं, तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं, हंसना भी तेरे संग करूं, रोना भी तेरे संग ही करूं, भोली सी तेरी हिण को मैं खुद को ही देखा करूं, मेरी हर सांस में है तू, घन घन में बसा है तू, मेरी हर सांस में है तू, रग रग में जला है तू, सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तू सुन ले रे, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, कैलाश राज शिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, नित्यानंद परमशिव शंभु, हर हर बोल शिव शंभु, कैलाश राज शिव शंभु।
ನಿತ್ಯ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಬೋಲೋ ನಿತ್ಯ 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 ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಸದಾಶಿವ ತುಮ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ तीनों लोक में गूंजती है ऐसी है नाद तेरी डमरू की माया जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा
जाल से जगाने
ये डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा डम 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 डमरू ये डमरू बाजेगा
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
करुणामया तुम नित्यानंद भगवान स्वयं तू नित्यानंद मानव रूप धारण करके प्रेम कृपा तूने बरसाई तेरी प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा प्रेम की सावन में ये संसार नाचेगा
बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद 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 बोलो नित्यानंद नित्य नित्यानंद बोलो नित्यानंद नित्य नित्यानंद बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद बोलो नित्य 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 नित्यानंद
సమగ మా పని పగరి సమగ మ ప ప ప ప ప ప మగ మ ప ప ని 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 మ పని పని స స స స స స స ప మ ప మగ మగ మగరి ని మగరి ని స गुरुदेवा नित्यानंद परमहंस नित्यानंद 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 You taught me completion, you give me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. You taught me completion, you gave me initiation. Taram daram 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 daram. Just being in your presence burnt away all the karma. Paramashivoham experience relieved us from the bondages of Janma. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda, Sharanam Sharanam Nithyananda. I surrender Nithyananda. ಹರಿರನ ಗುರುದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ಸಮಗ ಮಾ ಪನಿ ಪಗಾರಿ ಸಾಮ ಗಮ ಪಾಪ 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 ಮಗ ಮ ಪಪ ನೀ ನಿ 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 ಮ ಪನಿ ಪನಿ ಸಾ ಸ ಸಾ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಪ ಮ ಪ ಮ ಗ ಮ ಗ ಮ ಗ ರಿ ನಿ ಸಾ शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं 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 शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं 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 शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिव शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं शिवो नित्यानन्दोऽहं 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 नित्यानन्दं नित्यानन्दोऽहं 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 नित्यानन्दम्
Harilin Gaumas is messaging, this webinar is more enlightening and exciting than football season in US. Hey, this webinar is headball program, understand? Where your ego heads roll. How in the football season footballs roll, this webinar is headballs roll. Your ego, which is a headball, that rolls here. So understand, this will naturally be higher, enlightening, entertaining, entraining, all three. Entraining, entertaining, and enlightening. Because this is headball season, not football season. Hmm.
हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा काला हल शिव काल नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम काला हल शिव काल नेत्र हर काला मुख शिव ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम कपाल कालधरं देवं नित्यानंदा ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव बर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम बम 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 भोलानाथ हर शिव बर शिव ओम डम 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 डमरुगनाथ नित्यानंद ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम व्योमकेश शिव डमरुगेश हर मृत्युंजय हर ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम त्रिकालेश्वर भक्त मनोहर नित्यानंद ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय ओम नमो नित्यानंदाय हर 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 महादेवा शिव 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 सदा शिवा
Om, Om. Sri Vedatmananda is writing, here we lose one head ego and gain 25 heads, Paramashiva himself. That is true. You got it. You said it. So, still I have not completed all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. I have done only 21. So I have to come for maybe one more or 2 more days of webinar. I will come again tomorrow the same time, Indian Standard Time. We'll keep us 10 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Maybe I will come for 1 or 2 more sessions to completely introduce all the 64 forms. We have done only 21 till now. And today, even to introduce this Navakanda Yoga Samadhi, it took time. I'll come again for 1 or 2 more days of webinar, extension of this same webinar, because I really want to complete all the 64 manifestations of Paramashiva. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramatvaita Saivam, the state, space, ours, being, super consciousness and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
भज नित्यानंद विश्वंभरा
भज नित्यानंद विश्वंभरा
भज नित्यानंद विश्वंभरा
भज नित्यानंद विश्वंभरा
गंगाधरा दिगंबरा
गंगाधरा दिगंबरा
गंगाधरा दिगंबरा
गंगाधरा दिगंबरा
भज नित्यानंद विश्वंभरा
भज
Nithyananda. 64 manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes. Manifesting all of them in you is the complete manifestation of Paramadvaita. Sixty-four manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes. Manifesting all of them in you is the complete manifestation of Paramadvaita. Sixty-four manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes. Manifesting all of them in you is the complete manifestation of Paramadvaita. 64 manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes. Manifesting all of them in you is the complete manifestation of Paramadvaita. Four manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes. Manifesting all of them in you is the complete manifestation of Paramadvaita. Four manifestations documented in Veda Agamas, which he himself describes.
Yes, Nithyanandam, welcome back everybody. We had another amazing session with Swamiji, and the more we hear about Navakanda Yoga Samadhi, it's such a powerful initiation, and everybody I think is so looking forward to this experience, and we've had such beautiful sharing from some of the devotee yesterday about seeing Swamiji, and it's just been a very deep sharing. And today we had a set of live sharings from our participants who really connected their experience, and really it's very important for how experience counts in as we evolve our life around, in upgrading ourselves, and how experience with the Guru, connection with the Guru really matters. And it is just for this experience, each of you here in this webinar today, I request all of you, just for this experience, which can go along with you for lifetimes, which can go with you for lifetimes, just for this experience, sitting with the Guru and going through this, amazing initiations, is priceless, is priceless for everybody. And I encourage everybody out here, to sign up. And today, 13th, is the end of the early bird discount, and I want all of you out here who have made the decision to attend the Paramashivoham season 3, just make a spontaneous decision to make it happen today, and make your request for the details, fill in your intentions, and you will be there sitting in Paramashivoham season 3. Yes, Ma Pranapriya? Yes.
Yes, do not miss this opportunity to be part of this biggest happening, where Paramashiva himself is initiating each and every one of us to this amazing science, which is greater than the Nirvikalpa Samadhi itself. So register yourself for this program, and today being the next, we have the amazing power manifestation session by Ma Advait. I'm sure all of you had a great time with Bhagwan. receiving the initiation. Now it's time to manifest powers. So welcome Advait for the power manifestation session.
Nithyananda, just checking the audio. Thank you so much. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, such a beautiful initiation and darshan and diksha for each one of us to experience the highest state of consciousness. We'll go through the pramanas. The pramanas gives us the cognitive shift from what we are understanding to the higher cognitions. The Shastra pramana, for every power manifestation, beautifully we have the Shastras, which is beautifully giving us the higher and higher cognition to manifest the reality. The authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Veda-agamas, stand as a foundation for Hinduism. After Pramana, authentic, time-tested, scientific, foolproof compilation of the experience of millions of sages, rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Bhagavan beautifully said how the 63 Nayanamars, how they lived their life and experience the highest intelligence, highest cognition, that living as gods and goddesses on planet Earth by doing intense tapas and manifesting the higher time zones, having the will persistence to experience the greater reality. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. When the guru come down, when Paramashiva himself has come down as our guru, goes through so much of the issues in the outer world, but nothing touches him. And all, whether any avatar, if you take, we understand that they are not touched by anything in the outer world, just contributing to our life. And they live by the Shastras, the most beautiful space for us to understand how we can live beyond, and how Bhagavan said Ramana Maharshi or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa did not die of cancer, but it is only after they left the body started experiencing the cancer. The amount of things they take from the devotee and just dissolve it and raise them is uncomparable. It is clearly the compassion of the Guru to make each one of us experience the higher reality. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of Guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage, which is demonstrable to the world. Bhagavan himself manifests through us when we catch the thread, catch the click that Paramashiva is waiting to raise us, each one of us, to the higher time zone, karmas and incompletions, and liberating us. The Pratyaksha Pramana, the truth validated by the scientific study, all these truths are now the science is catching up to understand these great signs. The power of will is from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.13. Icha Shakti Uma Kumari, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, his will is the energy of Shiva. It is called Uma, the independent power of Paramashiva. And it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. How Bhagavan said, the fish can float in the water, but the boundaries are the water. Once there was a fish which asked the mother fish and father fish, what is water? It does not understand. It thinks that something everybody's talking about, but they don't understand. But one day the small fish was caught by the fishermen, and then it understood what is water. Only when we get a root shock, we understand that we are not just the body, there's a lot more as consciousness, and we start experiencing the higher consciousness. Again and again, living that Jnana Vairagya Bhakti. Jnana is the understanding, deeper and deeper cognition. Vairagya, which is the most important part, having the will persistent. And then that bhakti, Bhagavan says, is the ultimate gift that we can offer at Bhagavan's lotus feet. That is what Gopikas lived as Jnana Vairagya Bhakti, understanding Krishna is ultimate, not a human. He is ultimate. When they understood he is ultimate, they manifested all the powers of Krishna, and they manifested all that great reality. Living, each Gopika was able to live with Krishna in the physical form. Because of the Vairagya, they were constantly in the oneness with Krishna. And all that we need to do is understand these greater truth that Bhagavan is making us understand, how the Navakanda Yoga, Siddhi, Samadhi can happen in each one of us. Here in Apta Pramana, for the power of will, Satya Sai Baba from Shirdi was born as a Brahmin in 1838. In a Kir, after receiving an astral order, they went and gave the kid to the Gopal Rao, and he trained Baba with all the greater powers and greater things. And constantly he was raised into the higher realities, living as the space of oneness and manifesting all the powers. Here Satya Sai Baba one day announced in Kondaji that his farm is going to get burnt, but he did not believe that the farm has any fire, and came to Baba, said nothing is happening in this farm. But then after some time he saw the smoke, he started crying, and the whole villagers started crying, could you save us? And simply by sprinkling the water, he was able to put off the fire. Bhagavan says, below your throat and above your heart, there's this place of Kurma space where you feel the coolness, then you can simply control the weather outside. Same way, if you control the water in your eyes, you can control any water body in the world, in the earth. Each of our body is projected as macrocosm in the outer world, which is the reality. How we are an app of the universe, Bhagavan beautifully says. Everything that is inside us, what we experience, we are projecting that. So constantly when we are in incompletion, we are projecting only that. Here, Satya Sai Baba grew into a great Mahatma, living and radiating the higher science. Bhagavan beautifully manifested and explained how he lived building his body. His body is like a perfection, where he was trained by his yoga guru. Intense yoga from morning to night, and from the sun starts to sunrise to sunset, every day doing the yoga. For 10 years, he was trained in the intense yoga, doing the Surya Namaskar and all other practices. Bhagavan says his guru used to tie his hand and ask him to climb the pillars, which is unbelievable that his body strength has to be to climb like that. It is not easy. The Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul do the Mallakamba, we have seen. how difficult it is to climb without your hands, but the body was built so strong. And why do you need such a yogic body? Only then Bhagavan says, when Arunagiri Yogeshwara pulled me into the next loka, my body simply listened and every cell just dissolved and melted into the higher states of consciousness, becoming Divya Shariri, detoxing a body. And intense yoga is one of the main criteria how you can live in the greater reality just like that. And all this manifested as powers. Pratyaksha Pramanam, the fact that pair of moving pendulum can become synchronized. It is all based on the frequency and energy. Constantly, the energy and the frequency vibration is affecting us, or it is the one which is raising us into the higher states of consciousness. And if the vibration raises us, we are experiencing the higher reality. That is why whenever we see Bhagavan, all of us are feeling so blissful, because each of the atom in our body is resonating with a higher frequency. Here today we are going to experience oneness with the Atmalinga and deity and move it. If you have Jnananjan, you can apply the Jnananjan in your third eye and your temple. And on the Atmalinga also you can apply. And you can download the timestamp on the video and you can record all these great moments that Bhagavan is manifesting through us as physical reality. All the power manifestation, when you surrender and become very humble and ready to receive from outside, the cosmos is ready, Guru is ready to shower you with all the bliss that you need to experience as a higher reality. For the power of will, today we can set it up on a cell phone, or you can have a tablet, but make sure it is switched off. If you don't have Atmalinga, you can use your deity also. So all that we are going to do is make it in a surface where it is flat. It is not moving because of the slope or anything. Make sure it is completely flat and the camera shows that it is flat on the ground. And keep it, the cell phone is the silicon sand. And simply the silicon, when it is the one which starts becoming the wave and receiving all the information. It is the mother energy, the very matter. The same thing, it responds, and Bhagavan has programmed it to start vibrating in the same frequency as you chant the Mahavakya. How your body, the molecules are vibrating in the higher frequency, the silicon also starts to vibrate, and the object, whatever you have kept, also starts vibrating and start moving in the higher frequency. All we need to do, once you set up your camera, all we have to experience is oneness with Paramashiva. Sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Hold that space continuously, unclutched. Bhagavan beautifully says, again and again, will persistence. The persistence manifests as reality. Wherever you have will persistence, you have seen in your life that manifest as reality. What are you persisting in your life? What is it all about? If you start thinking, you'll start understanding where your energy is. It is on incompletion, problems, and all kinds of chaos. Or are you ready to give up all the thought and reside in only the oneness with Paramashiva, and ready to lose any head for Paramashiva, experiencing only Paramashiva as your reality? Constantly live and experience only Paramashiva as your reality for few more minutes, unclutched completely, not letting any thought, no engagement with the thought. Let the thoughts keep coming. You don't engage in it. If you engage, come back to your inner space where there is no thoughts, and be unclutched continuously and chant the Mahavakya again and again in a deep listening. When there is listening, there cannot be thoughts. The peace, listening, gratitude does not have any thoughts to it. Only mind creates all this cognition.